really stream, you shouldn't go to streamer university. Like, I know this sounds crazy, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Just consists of you playing multiplayer games with your friends, you probably don't need to be going to Stream University. If you are introverted, you for sure don't need to be going to Stream University. If you showed
That's probably true. Like, as somebody who's introverted, like, yeah, I fucking would not want to do that. Like,
to the in-person applications, left mad and surprised that you didn't get in and didn't make no content while waiting in that long-ass line, you for sure don't need to go. You didn't even see standing in line as an opportunity to make content with...
He's totally right about this, by the way. Yeah, if you can't recognize, like, just even going to Streamer University at all is, like, content in itself, like, then you're not cut out for it. That's just not the way it is.
The creators.
Okay, first of all, let me come up here and respond to some of these comments because, yeah, y'all are really playing me right now. North Carolina, Agricultural and Technical State University. Don't play with me. Degree, honey. Cum laude, honors, if you don't know what that is. Thank you. First of all, graduated with my degree 3 years ago.
Then get a job.
In graphic design, graphic communication, science and technology.
Oh, so you got replaced by AI. Yeah, no, I mean, that sucks. Like, I mean, graphic design, yeah, you spend 10 years learning about Photoshop, then somebody just says, fucking generate that shit, and it's done. Yeah, I'd be fucking pissed off, too. I'd want to be a streamer. Yeah.
I do not want to be a graphic designer. That has never been my passion, but I'm good with technology. I'm creative, which is why content creation is something that I am passionate about.
People that are creative are, like, I feel like anybody that goes and says, like, I'm a creative person, and there's, like, nothing really that they do that's creative or, like, interesting, I usually feel like, you know, if a man tells you he's the king, he is no king, right? It's one of those things.
For real? You for real? I've seen so many videos of people making think pieces of how Kai could have done the in-person interview way better and how they were.
Yeah, how Kai could have done it to help you. What a surprise that, like, your advice to Kai is to do the thing that's beneficial to you. Oh, wow, he should listen to you next time. That's smart.
Mad that they didn't even get a chance to talk to him and they saw bigger streamers skipping the line. But you didn't try to spark a single stream, didn't try to make a single clip, didn't do nothing. You sat outside of a venue for 48 hours, which is something that most people ain't gonna do. I know I ain't gonna do it. And as a content creator, when you know that you're doing something that most people ain't gonna do or that most people just don't have the opportunity to do, you need to record it. That's the whole...
Yeah, exactly.
Nigga, make it. Real talk, bro. This really kind of make my blood boil, bro. Last thing I'm gonna say as a sign that you probably shouldn't be going to Stream University is that if you don't hold many viewers, but you feel like you shouldn't make yourself valuable to these bigger streamers, it's over, bro. Truth is, the bigger streamers won't have to try as hard to make the content because the content gonna come to them. So it will be your job to integrate yourself into that content.
It's crazy how, I mean, like, everything that he's saying, by the way, is, like, actually really, 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 like, insanely good fucking advice. Like, this is actually on point. Like, a lot of people, like, whenever they give advice about streaming,
RGs, the DEOs, even the 5-star, shout out Max. Those are just a few streamers that I would say have a pretty strong core community. Obviously, they
Yeah, I'd say that. That's true.
grew past that, so they have people that just watch them based on what they're doing, but they also have a core community that will watch
But it's
them.
like, even like, I mean, again, like your Rage streams all the time. Bruce streams all the fucking time, right? I mean, like that Max streams a lot. Like, and they're also like, he's also going and doing concerts and shit like that. Like anybody who's successful is putting in a lot of time and work and effort. They are. And you can't do that. You can't have the mindset, and I think this is true with anything. You can't have the mindset that best advice would be to never stream, make content off platform, build a brand before ever going live. That's true too. Yeah, you're right about that. Is the best streamers, and I think the best creators, like even guys like Queso, I think Queso, like he got a lot of growth, not really even from his streams directly, but from clips of his streams. And then people came back and they were like, damn, this guy's really funny. I'm going to go watch his streams, right? And so it's like an ecosystem that you're creating. And so Peanuts production, yeah, Peanuts another one, right? This is a lot of clips, yeah, TikTok, right? A lot of TikTok posts. So yeah, that's really the way I look at it. But like you can't have the mindset that like, oh, I'm gonna put in the work when it matters.
Regardless of what they're doing. And that's what I've always valued within the content space. So to see a bunch of creators popping out the woodwork just because streaming university is going on, and to be so obviously motivated by just the money and the image of being a streamer, shit low-key make me mad. I'm not gonna lie to you, because the space in itself to me is actually going in that direction. A lot of streamers who are going up nowadays are just doing it for the money, and it's obvious, but the viewers don't really care. As long as the person on the camera is doing something stupid enough to clip, viewers gonna watch, and that person gonna make a lot of money. But if said streamer decides one day that they don't want to do stupid stuff no more and they want to calm down with the content a little bit, good luck keeping them same viewers around, because a lot of them are only there for the moment. But I mean, I don't know, bro. I guess another way to look at it is, since content creation
Jesus, bro, like this
is an art, there's really no rules on how you have to do it or why you have to do it. So I mean, go ahead, but I don't know. I feel like it's just causing oversaturation. But anyways, on the off chance that Kai sees this video, this is my Streamer University application. Like the video.
I'm gonna be honest, like he needs to go and put like Kai needs to bring this guy in here. Like, this guy's good. This guy actually he like actually knows his shit. He does. He knows his shit. This is a good, yeah, this is a really good fucking video. He's only got 2,000 subs, man. Yeah, like this is really.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, today we're heading over to the old darker side of the web. Now you might be like, well Muta, is this like a Sunday deep web browsing video? Actually, we're going to tackle a couple of topics today, ladies and gentlemen. So you know, we've been talking a lot about privacy and safety and security for people. But Muta, how am I going to stay in an internet that is respectful of my privacy? The reality is, if you're in the current era of the internet, if you're in like the current era right now, where things are headed to kind of a draconian direction, Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to at least say in this respect that there are still platforms you can go to maintain your internet safety, your internet sanity, your internet freedom and privacy. Now, of course, I'm obviously referring to Tor, but I found something that is actually a lot more anonymous than just the dark. It's actually the deeper web, if you will, too. So this is actually known as I2P. Now, for anybody that doesn't know what I2P is, I2P very, very, very dangerously close to the ICP stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Invisible Internet Project. Now, I've talked about this in the past before, but I've never actually really jumped into this and browsed sort of websites. Now, of course, obviously, no mention of any of this stuff is done without going to things like the Tor browser. So, for instance, if you were browsing the dark web like I have been doing pretty much like every Sunday, there was a period I used to do it every Sunday, you would go to the Tor project, right? So you would go over here, you would find your, Tor browser of choice, Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, whatever. And of course, ultimately firing this up, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to spin up a Windows virtual machine and kind of show you one of the reasons why I've sort of stopped using the dark web. So the moment is, once you actually go to the Tor browser, you open it up, click this, and you connect to the actual, Tor network, right? Now, through the Tor network, you can access, actual clear web services like Google. In fact, if you want to seriously browse the web with some privacy, I would recommend using the Tor browser to browse things like Google or again, like any website, so to speak, right? Obviously, it's slow. There is a layer to it that obviously, it is obviously slower to use this. You're running through several proxies, as you can see. You're running through several nodes. You can see that my browser connects through the United Kingdom, Germany, and Germany again, and then goes to Google. Now, ultimately, the end, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why people use this is because they can access these .onion websites. Now, the reason why I block a lot of Onion websites, from showing them is I've actually had deep web videos removed recently because I guess I linked people to actual criminal websites, criminal websites in the sense, those online marketplaces. Not something that I did willingly. It's, just something that happened in deep web browsing 10 or 11 or something when I was more of a novice at this kind of stuff, just sort of presenting it, if you will. But here, if you go to the hidden wiki, you can see that as soon as you touch the dark web, there's a lot of websites that you can use as search engines, like Amia.fi, which is something that I necessarily use. But then one of the reasons why, dark web browsing kind of stopped, not just because I basically visited every sort of fun website at a time, it's just that a lot of the online dark web places are filled with things like, for instance, brutal search, if you will, too, or, any of these search engines that, necessarily don't block against, searching up illegal material. In fact, unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it seems like a vast majority of new websites that pop up are basically just illegal websites. For instance, one of the largest of like link lists that you can go to. And again, all of this is basically blocked for you. And the reason why it's blocked is because the most powerful and the most accessed websites and the most popular websites, and unfortunately the most active, are places where illegal material is being traded. And that's not, something that anybody wants to unfortunately engage in, right? In fact, a lot of, link websites that you go to, typically where, I used to go to in order to find the goofy, funny stuff, unfortunately, they don't remove illegal material. So for instance, all of these onion links are blocked. And unfortunately, some of the names, whereas, if you find something like Ghost Notes, for instance, Ghost Notes is an actual website that you can go to, I guess, to allegedly purchase illegal counterfeit currency, okay? Now, obviously, you shouldn't be buying no illegal currency. That's against the law. And I'm pretty sure all of this shit is a scam, okay? You want to spend $1,200 for an Anon wallet? Bitch, just go buy something a lot cheaper and a lot more safer. I'm sure this comes with a whole bunch of spooky stuff to begin with. But anyways, unfortunately, that is hidden, amongst websites like KidFlix, for instance, which, you don't have to click on these websites to understand that there is something illegal behind it. And unfortunately, the more and more, the dark web has sort of become, I wouldn't say popular, but in recent years, it seems like a lot of the onion relays that get sort of brought out to people are unfortunately filled with all of this illegal stuff. It's very difficult for you to go from all the way from page 1 of something index to page 66 and probably not spot at least 80% of these links being linked to illegal material, right? Which is obviously one of the reasons why, look, a lot of people are like, man, I wish you would do dark web browsing every Sunday. And the reality of it is that unless I have something really cool to show you, I probably will. But the reality of it is when you've seen one Hitman website, you've seen them all. When you've seen one scam website selling you Glocks, you've probably seen them all. But when all of these lists are filled with actual illegal material and links to it, that's not something you ever want to go. And again, my standard for this stuff is very simple. Fraud GPT, I'm pretty sure this is somebody scamming me to get access to dog shit off-water chat GPT. But when you see something like dark, anything dark on this website, you just don't want to even engage with, because in your head, you obviously have to understand that it's probably linking to something against the law. And that's one of the primary reasons why, a lot of my love for the dark web has kind of diminished. Now, of course, sometimes you'll find goofy websites like, do you know 2 + 2 = 6? There is a third 2 that the government is hiding from you. Really? Did the government hide the 2 + 2 in the equation there? In the early days of the government, they wanted to take control over their citizens. Oh, they're still doing it, okay? They're worse with it now. Most citizens were peasants. We still are. To make sure they didn't take over, they told them lies like 2 + 2 = 4. Eventually, when peasants were more like citizens, governments were the only ones that knew the truth to 2 + 2. Yet governments still choose to hide it because we found out the citizens would take over. So yeah, some real fucking Guy Fawkes mask type wearing bullshit. But anyways, what is the darker, deeper side of the web? Well, let's go to I2P, for instance. Now here I've got a Linux virtual machine, okay, fired up, and instead of using the Tor browser, let's actually get the I2P stuff working. So it's actually quite simple. You can download it for Windows, Linux, BSD, Mac, all day and every day. But really, you want to scroll down on their page, i2p.net, where you go to the downloads. And here they have installation guides for every single operating system, basically under the sun. Me running this underneath Linux, I'm going to go to the Linux installation. Now, if you have Ubuntu Linux, you can basically follow the directions over here. So you can add their repository, you can install the actual package, and basically you can get things up and running basically within like minutes. So I would say it takes probably around 10 minutes at the most for you to populate, but basically once I2P is set to go, you can actually access your I2P router console by going to localhost :7657. Now over here, this is actually I2P, and here is where things actually get a lot more anonymous on the internet. So if you ever wanted to reach real anonymity, using I2P might be the best way going forward. It has a pretty standard email client that you can create a account over and use this to email people on the network. It's got torrenting abilities. So for instance, if you want to share files, like, let's say you want to share that, Linux download with other people. Imagine if you live in a future where the corporations don't want you sharing free and open source software. You can make a torrent and you can share it around. And more privacy than you would expect. One of the reasons why I don't do like VPN sponsorships is a lot of times a VPN sponsorship company will give me like fucking 5 figures and be like, just tell the masses out there that you can be super private. When in reality, VPNs don't really fucking protect your privacy in a lot of cases. Really, if you're using a VPN, you probably want to use them so your actual, ISP doesn't see what the fuck you're doing. Or generally, if you're on Netflix and you want to access like UK Netflix for whatever reason, or US Netflix, just route yourself to a country, call it a day. But if you're thinking that using a fucking VPN is making you private or safe, dog, that is the biggest, I guess, bullshit that is effectively sold, right? Anyways, all of that stuff aside, you can see that they've got a bunch of community websites. So actually, I guess we can kind of browse something here that, I've seen I2P sites before, but I've never really shown you any of this stuff. I think there might be like 5 minutes of content on my channel about this, which in retrospect is kind of insane given how much dark web browsing that I've done. So over here, they've got like forums once everything is basically loaded and ready to go. And you can see that I'm tunneling to shared clients and EAP sites. The I2P network works similarly to like torrent software, where effectively once you've fired up, you're connected to other people on the network. Basically, people are using some of my network, I'm using some of theirs, and effectively, instead of onion websites, we're basically in our own sort of like encrypted internet, if you will, too, right? I'm trying to simplify everything as much as I can, but let's actually browse some of these sites. So let's load things up really quickly. So you can see now that my I2P has started, the first thing you can probably go to is something like notbob.i2p, simply because it's one of the best places that you can go to get an idea of what websites are visible. So you can see over here that there's over 1,000 active like I2P EAP sites that are available, right? Yes, we call them EAP sites because I get that's just the terminology and name that they've went with. So of course, thankfully over here, they've got everything sort of categorized, as you will. So for instance, conspiracy and evangelism, right? So let's go to one of the first websites like Holy Cows, and then I guess we'll check Scamdemia, right? It's actually kind of going to like a new place. So basically, once you connect to a new website, you can add things to your address book, or you can use like a jump service. So I'm going to use Not Bob's jump service as well. And realistically, I really think I should give him some money for, honestly, like donation aside, simply because, this is all like, community made stuff. So if you really are somebody that's chasing your privacy, remember, this is not ecosystem supported by millions or billions of dollars, right? It very much is a community effort. And of course, while that's also loading, or I guess jumping to, we can go to things like Scamdemia and actually see what this is about too. So again, should add these to the jumper service as we go through. And of course, we'll look at other websites as well too. So for instance, they've got news websites, they've got user forums, which I guess we'll open up some of these and check out ourselves. So yeah, while these are kind of loading up, you can see that the address jumper is not in your address book. Yeah, I guess just continue. Just go do it. I don't really care. Oh, here it is. Ghost R. What is it? Based coin with I2P support? Oh, it's a digital currency based on blockchain technology. So I guess if you want to enable a CPU miner, CUDA miner, I guess you can kind of go down this road. Not what I was expecting with conspiracies, but thank you for at least bringing it up. But basically, this is kind of what an EAP site sort of looks like. So kind of a similar concept to the dark web. In fact, compared to the dark web, actually hosting your own website on this is actually something that you can do. So for instance, if you want to make like an EAP site, you can actually go through the web server here and basically host your own actual domain following the instructions over here too, right? So if you ever wanted to make like a website on, I guess, like the darker web, the even deeper web, if you will, this is where I guess you can go to. You go on to places like this and you find people just hosting their little podcasts over here. So for this guy, the Canary in the Cage podcast, and they link to every like clear web service out there. But I guess this is their like I2P I2P like show, and they're using quotes from like MySpace, by the way, too. So it's the only in terms of how much control the people above us are going to have over us. Back when I started the internet, early 2000s, you could go to any website, browse anything you ever wanted, and generally speaking, it is basically the last real bastion of true human freedom. I mean, think about how beautiful the internet is, right? The ability for anybody around the world to just talk to each other without any borders, without any governments stopping us. It's a really, really beautiful part of the world, right? It's actually one of the best inventions I think humans have ever made. When you look at the internet itself, there's a lot of places in the world, like China, for instance, like North Korea, that have created their own intranets. Basically, their people are unable to mostly access outside and vice versa. They kind of live in a segregated part of the world. Not to say you can't interact in certain cases, but you can. Now, for the most part, if you lived in Canada, the United States, the UK, Australia, accessing the internet unfettered is something that I think everyone basically took for granted. So, literally today, the actual Prime Minister of the United Kingdom decided to come in and basically, put in an ultimatum, right? In the next 3 months, they want to be able to start scanning your phone. I'm not joking. This is a real situation, and some of the biggest tech companies involved in your privacy have basically started warning people that in the next 3 months, if the government is going to push as hard as they want, basically there's going to be on-device tools, on-device systems that will basically sit there and scan your device for, I guess, anything that they may not be comfortable with. Now, a lot of these functionalities are present in things like iPhones or even in Android devices. I've talked about it, right? Literally in the last few days. And these systems allow a lot of these big tech companies to make sure that obviously children and I guess even adults aren't sending things that are uncouth or, sending things that might be a little bit too saucy, if you will. The government, I feel like, wants to push more and more surveillance, more and more content detection systems, and maybe down to the point where if you're using privacy-focused messaging services like Signal, for instance, maybe before Signal protects your messages, on-device systems will be scanning every single thing that you say or send. And they literally do say, Signal says, the safeguards claiming the technology would operate solely on device do not eliminate the broader privacy risks. The organization, Signal, contends that future governments could expand the scope of content detection systems to monitor additional categories of material beyond nudity. Remember, when we were talking about like all these age verifications and these sites, banning people from access, it started with adult websites, right? The easiest shit to justify banning from children. And now it's expanded to social media. And who knows where it expands even further. So to go back and keep things on track, ladies and gentlemen, obviously in Monday, today, literally tomorrow, or basically today, the UK will basically announce that they're going to be following Australia's example on banning and, basically preventing people under the age of 16 to access most of the popular social media services out there. Now, if you've been following anything in Australia, and I have, basically, you can get an idea of how their bans are effectively working. So basically, in Australia, if you want to talk about age-restricted social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Kik, Reddit, Snapchat, Threads, TikTok, Twitch, X, I love how they dead name it by Twitter all the time, and then YouTube. Now, a lot of these, all these social media platforms are not like each other. YouTube has a lot of good resources for children to access when it comes to education, and God knows what else. You can make an argument that maybe things like TikTok, X, Twitch, Threads, Snapchat are probably bad things. But ultimately, a lot of children these days get their information, a lot of teenagers, a lot of people, even adults, get most of their information, I would say, through social media feeds. As harrowing as that sounds, the reality of it is that this is how people consume the world around them. This is how people get access to shit around them. This is how people learn about the world. And the reality of it is ever since this stuff has been banned, there's actually been studies done by, again, universities, educational groups, that show that almost 2 in 5 people that are Australians don't use any formal sources of news. They don't watch TV, they don't like stick around with the old traditional media. They're not old heads. Basically, at this point, for many young people, blocking their social media access doesn't actually redirect their engagement with the world around them, it basically just ends it. As the ban reaches more young people, as it's intended to, it's gonna get worse. Effectively, the younger population doesn't really have a chance in educating themselves and learning about the world. They're basically just fucking shut out. And I think a lot of these like big governments, a lot of these guys, these old dinosaurs actually kind of enjoy that the younger crowd doesn't actually learn about atrocities around the world, doesn't actually learn about, things that affect them on a day-to-day basis. They don't learn about, real reasons to get angry at their government and ask for change. Instead, they shut them out, they keep their brains completely smooth, and that's sort of the trajectory they want to take. Now to go back to again Australia, which is where this kind of started from, the things that aren't, restricted are platforms like Discord, which is interesting given the amount of crazy shit we've heard about from them. GitHub, obviously, because I don't think code is necessarily touching somebody in their no-no places. Google Classroom, Lego Play, Messenger is an interesting choice, where you're telling me that these kids can't receive fucked up things on a text messaging application. Pinterest, Steam, WhatsApp, YouTube Kids. But interestingly, they also involved Roblox. Now, not to throw Roblox under the bus here specifically, but it's interesting that Roblox wants a whole litany of cases involving children being abused moved out of the courtroom, because guess what? Having that on public record looks pretty bad for a company that wants to appeal to the kiddies and appeal to families around the world. So to give you an idea, just a quick understanding of Roblox, basically if Roblox gets its way in this situation, these families who are involved in these cases may never see their day in courts. The company's terms of use state that by signing up, Roblox subscribers forfeit their ability to pursue lawsuits in open court. Instead, claims are to be resolved in closed-door arbitration by private judges. They basically want to put everything behind the scenes. They don't want everybody to know what's actually going on. They face more than 150 child safety suits in federal court. I mean, that is not only insane, but it's just disgusting to see. At the end of the day, the companies that are even on that slight, friendly list are involved in fucked up shit like this. Now, you might be like, well, since Australia was banning it, maybe it'll be effective in the UK. So I feel like for these videos, it's best to come at you with a whole bunch of facts and as much logic as I can. For instance, in Australia, going by one of their most recent, e-safety announcement, their reports, I wanted to read one key fact that blew my mind away, actually researching for this video. Despite the reduction in account ownership for people under the age of 16, a substantial proportion of children under 16 retained accounts on age-restricted platforms. Of the parents who reported their child had an account on each platform prior to the 10th December ban, around 7 in 10 reported that their kids still had an account on Facebook. 63.6%, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. Around 3 in 10 reported that their child no longer had an account. 1 in 2 of these parents reported that their child still had an account on YouTube following the age restrictions. So even when they started banning this kind of stuff, a lot of these children, because children are smart, we were all kids at some point, I'm sure we knew how to bypass these social media bans. And a lot of people have made easy guides to teach you that, listen, if you're in these affected shithole countries that do this, you can absolutely access these media services by going to a VPN provider like Nord, for instance, or really, in my opinion, the best is probably Mulvad, since there's so many ways to purchase a subscription, some of them even privately. Install those VPNs, create an account, connect to a server like in Italy or Poland, or basically anywhere where we don't have social media services restricting you, and then you have access to all these places without any ID requirements. Everything that was once banned is finally accessible. Now look, I'm not here to teach kids how to get access to spooky, scary social media that's probably destroying their brains. Look, I get it. Social media is bad indeed. And in a way, I think that banning it probably might be great for mental health for teenagers. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't think banning is necessarily the play to make. A lot of these kids only get their information, and frankly, it is the way of the world now. Ain't nobody watching fucking TV anymore. A lot of us are accessing places like Reddit, like X, like YouTube to get all of our information from wherever. It allows us to get access to the most recent information, and even if there is a misinfo problem, generally speaking, as long as you get the amalgamation of sources, you'll generally be pretty fine. Social media has done one thing that I think is the reason why a lot of these sites or a lot of these countries are going against it. You know, in recent years, it's allowed us to discuss things like the Epstein files. It's allowed us to talk about war crimes happening around the world in places like Palestine, for instance, where, you know, when I was a kid, I didn't really know much about it, right? Obviously, as an adult who unfortunately has unfettered access to see that unjustifiable war crimes that are happening in the region, right? You know, not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that having unfettered access probably not good for your mental health, but at the same time, it allows you to see the real horrors of a situation, so you can then raise awareness to your government leaders to maybe stop funding a terror state, you know, that is doing something as terrible as a genocide on a group of people. But it allows you to also look at things like, again,
Next reveals tendon-driven humanoid hands for the Neo for 25 degrees of freedom. Hands for the Neo for 25 degrees of freedom. Is this a robot or is this Abdul in Pakistan though? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, I'm not sure really. Damn, that's fucking bitch. Oh, wow. This is actually really impressive because this means that not only can it apply enough pressure to remove the grape, but it also won't apply the pressure to squash the grape. Like, there's like 3 or 4 different activities that have to happen here at the same time. It's controlled by somebody else. Yeah. Damn. Oh, all the way down. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's for later. Damn. Damn. He's already better than me. Okay. Oh. Oh. Funyons. Damn. Soon it can jerk you off? I mean, there will be a guy that gets his dick pulled off. You call those innovators. And sometimes there's a cost to that. Damn, what the God damn, look at all that. Holy. Oh my. What the fuck? That's actually kind of good. This is going to be able to jerk you off for sure. I'm not even questioning it anymore. Neo's hands. It will be. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We tested the Neo home robot before anyone else in the world. Wait, really? Oh, wow. This is your future. This is what it's like to be an American in 2030. You won't need women anymore. You have your Neo. That's right. He'll be the president then, too. The shaving oil, that's good. Oh, hair, oh, yeah. Oh, wow. You're such a good, oh, wait. Oh, wow. Oiling a... Oh, my God. Lighting him cigarette. This might be one of the best ones I've seen. Honestly, guys, wow. I didn't expect that. That's really fucking funny, man.
Yo, Emerald, what you did wasn't cool. What you said with Asmongold, this wasn't cool.
That's crazy. Honestly, it's one thing for me to be right. It's another thing for me to be right in less than 24 hours. Well, well, well. Oh, speaking of video deleted, so this is actually really fucking funny. So, a couple of days ago, there was a conversation on whether I use the N-word for a password. And now, there's beginning to be a conversation on whether somebody used the N-word, period. This is really funny. I'm gonna play the original clip, and I'm gonna let y'all decide if he said it or not.
That's on the game? Fucking Harvey. I don't even know shit. What the fuck? No. I didn't say shit. Stop. Don't you dare.
Why do I need to say anything when Bruce has already said everything?
He's like, what the fuck?
I don't even know shit.
Bro, I said neither, bro. No, you didn't. Neither don't got 2 G's, bitch. You lying motherfucker. Shut up. You gotta own up to it, bro. Like, at the end of the day, who cares? Shut the builder, walk free. Am I right?
Need I say more? Need I say more, bro? Like, that's really all I gotta go with. And so, anyway, it's funny as fuck. So, I think that he 100 fucking % said that shit. He did. He did. And then this is right after. By the way, he says a different thing. Wait, he says something different on his own stream. Wait a minute. So, he's going back and forth. Let me go and find this. I haven't seen it. Says different. Let me turn it up real quick. I'm gonna get turned up.
Dude, I did not say it. What were you trying to say? Brother, I just be fucking speaking fast.
I'm speaking fast?
I meant to say Drew. Oh God, I meant to say Drew here. I went
Drew? Drew? We talking about Drew? I didn't hear Drew. Who heard Drew? This is like, remember that thing they had a long time ago? They said that it was like that dress. It was like blue or yellow. And some dude goes around and says, like, actually, I think it's a pineapple. It's like, wait, what?
say Drew, bro.
Wait,
I meant to say Drew. I swear to God, bro. I'm pointing at Drew, and because he said that I LARP. So
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't know shit. And then I just stuttered it, and I just came out wrong, bro. Whatever, bro.
So he went and changed his voice.
I meant to say Drew, but I stuttered.
Now, by the way, everybody going and laughing at me saying like, oh, bro, like, so, oh, you, like, my thing about, I said verbal dyslexia, that's why I never say it. That's exactly why I never say the N-word. It's because I don't want to accidentally fucking say it, bro. Like, I don't want to have it in my vocabulary because, like, you're just having a conversation, right? And then, like, every once in a while, like, you know, you talk for fucking 1,000 hours and you make one mistake, right? All it takes is one bridge. So gotta avoid the N-word adjacent words too. Yeah, I mean, true. And so he taunted the boss off you, bro. You had too many stacks. Yeah, I feel good. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Isn't it crazy, by the way? I was talking about somebody else saying it. People got mad at me. And now we get somebody that actually says it. Allegedly. I think he said it. I do. I think he said it for sure.
And I said,
And then,
it just sounded bad, bro.
Yeah, that's like the second half of it, right? Like, yeah, I get it, right? I get it. So then now, look at this here. Drew called me a LARPer. I stuttered and I said, you don't even know shit neither. Your whole account is hate farming streamers. I hate Twitter. And this has 2.8 million views. So this is the response. His account name is Clapio. I don't know who Clapio is. Jason copyright strikes every clip of him saying the N-word. Here's the worst part about it. He's not copy striking any creators. He's only striking clippers because he knows he can win in a, you know, like an optics battle against them. I think it's even worse. He didn't strike Bruce. Why not? Why not, bro? Why would you not strike? I mean, Bruce went and said that you said it. Like, I mean, what is that? Smart, though. Yeah, it's odd. And so, yeah, so this is, the media has been disabled in a report to a copyright owner. So he's going and trying to DMCA and shut down clips, right? He's a bitch. I mean, I think it's absolutely bitch-made behavior. 100% it is. So this is what this dude says. This is the guy that's the clipper.
Nigga, we don't believe you anymore. Shut the fuck up. Go do something else. You made enough money.
You don't even know shit, nigga. The hell, like, what the fuck? You don't even know shit.
Those are the cleanest 2 syllables I ever heard in my life. Those are, man, that sounded like Drew to me. It didn't to me. It didn't sound like Drew to me. I'll tell you that. Now, I don't know. I don't know, right? I mean, I can't be sure. I don't think that somebody that says, you know, like, I don't think it's, like, really a big deal. Like, I don't think he's, like, a bad person or something like that. Like, I don't really give a fuck. I mean, I think that everybody knows I don't give a fuck. But at the same time, I find it to be funny. Especially in the context, right? And I find it to be very, very funny. And the fact that he's going around DMCAing people, Jason copyright strikes every clip of him saying the N-word.
Make shit shake, I bet. Yo, Emerald, what you did wasn't cool. What you said with Asmongold, this wasn't cool. Make shit shake, I bet. Yo, Emerald, what you did wasn't cool.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like, she didn't even say anything. I love how the thing is, people got more mad at her than they got at me because it's like the low expectations, right? Like, everybody knows I'm the bad guy, right? So there's not even a reason to talk about it. They got more mad at her than me. It's funny. And by the way, like, you went and farmed the Sykkuno no drama. You went all the way on that. Jason, yeah, see, look, see, you thought you were being cute. You thought you were being funny, and it was funny, to be fair. It was funny that you were laughing and grave dancing on this Saikuno guy, and it was really funny. I watched your video with Ron, and y'all were really funny. But this is funny, too. Let this be a lesson. Whenever you get involved in drama, and whenever you get involved in talking shit and getting into it, sometimes you're the farmer, and sometimes you're the crop. And the harder that you try to hide, and the more that you try to avoid people talking about you, the worse it's going to be. And what is this here? Not owning up to it is the worst option?
Are correct. But we also know of scales.
Really didn't think there was a dimension in the multiverse where I would be making another video talking about the Technoblade LARPing stuff. I just made a video flapping my gums about how I find it to be weird and distasteful. It's not in good taste, and there's certain things about it I find to be disrespectful, to be honest. The fact that Techno LARPer reached out to Technoblade's father asking permission to impersonate his deceased son, never got a response, and took the silence as permission to just go ahead, go hog wild, hit the gas, and do it anyway until he's told otherwise. Basically, better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I just found that to be, no matter how you spin it, odd, and seemingly not caring about how the father of this beloved YouTuber would feel about you making a career off pretending to be him, even going so far as to play with his friend, Skeppy, while still in character as Technoblade LARPer. And I just made it clear that I don't like it. I don't. It rubbed me the wrong way, but overall I didn't think he was like a malicious guy, and I still don't. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I think that he is really lost in the sauce here and is doing everything to try and make it seem like he's on the morally correct side of things, and that you're okay to disagree, but if you do disagree, it's because you don't have the whole context, and actually this is a good thing he's doing. He came into my stream tonight to talk to me about my video missing crucial context that painted him in a bad light, and now everyone's scared. I think referring to like the other LARP tubers. Now he said that as a result of this story blowing up, which by the way it was blowing up well before I talked about it. Again, Matt was the one that put this on my radar in the first place. It was already big. And as a result, he said that he got doxxed and that his family was even getting like death threats and stuff, which obviously is something no sane person condones. I never encourage harassment of any kind. All I was doing was giving my opinion on how I felt about it, which is I don't like it. I never would ever advocate for that kind of treatment. Anyway, as for like the everyone's scared thing, like everyone's, chomping at their nails, tinkling their britches for whatever reason and blaming me for it, I'm a little confused there because I made a strong point saying that I am aware of the LARP tubing community and I actually really like it. That it's entertaining, it's silly, it's fun, it's wholesome. So like, I don't know where that's coming from. Techno LARP is an entirely different beast for very obvious reasons. This is like comparing cereal to fucking nitroglycerin. Like, this is night and day differences with the other LARP tubers. Techno LARP is in an entirely different ballpark. Technoblade passed away 4 years ago from cancer, and it has still left a void in the community that will never be filled, obviously. And then Techno LARPer comes in, and he just one-to-one recreates the content, the style, and everything, and then even plays with Skeppy. So it feels as though he is stepping in to try and be like the Technoblade replacement. And even if he denies that, in the context that he's referring to is that Skeppy apparently reached out to him to schedule the collab, that doesn't change things. And I do have the screenshot of that in the video. It's just not something I paid any attention to because that's not what's important. It's the fact that it happened at all. You could have said no. You could have said, no, this crosses a line and I'm not comfortable doing something like this because it feels like now I'm trying to integrate into a community to continue LARPing as your deceased friend, which is not something that is healthy for people that are still very clearly dealing with this loss. And if you really wanted to play with him, because obviously he looked up to Technoblade, TechnoLarper that is, and I imagine his friends as well, then play with him, but as yourself, not Technoblade. So anyway, we had a lot of back and forth throughout the stream, and he even implied that I should make a follow-up video now with the additional context, which I don't think adds anything here. I still think this is a bad look because it was still your choice to do it. Even if you were reached out to first, you still had every opportunity to say, no, this feels like it crosses a line into like, you know, like a replacement type of thing, like integrating too deeply into the community while pretending to be Technoblade. So like it does, to me, I don't think it changes anything, which is why I didn't make like a strong point about it. But anyway, I wanted to show you how this conversation went. And just off rip here, I want to mention a couple things I find to be very important, because I felt schmeckeldorfed when I was learning some new things about TechnoLarper directly from him. And I think a lot of other people have been at least somewhat misled on the whole kit and caboodle here of TechnoLarper. I was under the impression, as well as many others, that there was money going to charity through TechnoLarper making this content. In his description, it said, still deciding charity earnings. So the implication is the content is generating money that is solely used for charity. That is not the case. And after the stream where we went back and forth in this conversation, he changed it to, I do not have monetization enabled, just full stop. And something I talked about in the last video is a tweet where he said he wasn't going to make money off it unless he got TechnoDad's blessing to do so. And I was a little confused on what that meant, if he was trying to earn personally or more for charity. Because again, so many people like myself were under the impression that all of this was done with no like financial gain on his own end or anything like that, just all money going to charity through this. And that was something that was used as a defense of the entire thing, about how he's doing this from like an ethical perspective, where he is doing all of this just because he was so inspired and wanted to pay homage and a tribute to Technoblade, and all the money was going to charity. Well, that's a half-truth. The charity money is generated through the streams that he does. So he has a charity donation link at the Tiltify. And then right under that, he has a personal donation link where you can donate to TechnoLarper himself, the guy doing this. And then at the very bottom, he even has a sponsored section, server hosting by Prism nodes. Use code LARP at checkout for 30% off on any purchase. That feels like a deliverable for a sponsorship. He has his own code, LARP. That's affiliate marketing. So you're taking sponsors as TechnoLarp. When I asked him about that on stream, he said that they paid him in a server and that they had offered him money, but he declined. But you still have a code. So like, where's that going? Is that going to charity? He didn't say on stream, but like, that's very odd. You have a sponsor as TechnoLarp, and you do have a direct personal donation link to you, not to charity. And he did even say on stream that, yeah, that's there, but the charity donations far eclipse the personal ones that he's received. So you are financially benefiting from it. Like, no matter how you spin it, you are making money off being TechnoLarp. So like, that does, at least to me, change things in how I perceive this. I was under the impression that it was all going to charity, and that you weren't financially benefiting from it. You were benefiting with like a very successful YouTube channel, but not like money going into your pocket. But you are. So then that hullabaloo that you said on Twitter about how you're not going to make any money off it unless TechnoDad gives his blessing, that, what, a load of fish paste? Was that just a liar plants for hire moment? Because you have a personal donation link. TechnoDad never gave you that permission, and TechnoDad's statement is very clearly saying that he doesn't know how to feel about this. After so much pressure from your community as well as everyone in general asking like, well, what's his take on it? He came out and said and made it very clear how uncomfortable he is with it, and that his feelings are ultimately inconclusive. And yet, you're still making money off it, even without his permission to do it, and even after you said you wouldn't make money off it unless he said you could. Like, I don't know, you can't see why that's not good, and that's weird? This is going to be a bit of a longer video because even before getting into like the back and forth on stream, which again, I wanted to be the focus of this, but there's so much to talk about here. I want to talk about the people that are doing the best they can to defend Techno LARP, you know, putting up the shield and fighting his PR battles for him for free on Reddit. The amount of people saying that I didn't do any research on it and got all my facts wrong and that it was just a jumbled mess is fucking baffling. I'm stating my opinion and just talking about like the plain facts. We don't know how Technoblade would respond. And if we want to go down that route, we do have at least this screenshot of how Technoblade responded to someone else making money off his brand when he was still with us. But we don't know if he'd find this like entertaining and give his blessing or he wouldn't like it. And we can't use that for anything. All we can go on is how his father feels, because that is what should really matter here. And his dad is very clearly uncomfortable with it at the very least and states as much. But there's so much pressure on him to try and talk, and he doesn't want to be viewed as like a bad guy or the enemy, and I think that comes across very clear, where he's playing nice with this whole thing, but he isn't comfortable with it, and never gave his permission for Techno LARP to make money off it, for sure, or do it in the first place and continue doing it. The other piece of context that apparently the research missed was that Technodad had apparently said Skeppy can do it if he wanted to. Again, that is, to me, not him enthusiastically giving his stamp of approval. It's he keeps getting pressured and he's just saying, okay, yeah, you can do that if you want to do that. That's how I see it. The missing context is just one that I didn't think added anything to it at all, because the fact of the matter is that collab should have never happened in the first place if this was something that was actually approached with respect to Technoblade, because that does cross a line, I feel. And it's not just me that thinks it's weird, by the way. People in the community, people like Tubbo, are also expressing similar sentiment. Is it safe to say I'm really not sure I'm a fan of this whole LARP account trend thing? It just feels off. And then a response from Sneaksnag, you're not a fan of a dude impersonating our dead friend? And he says, I know, right? This isn't an uncommon or perspective that's only shared by those that are biased and haven't done enough research or missed context. Like, these are people that knew Technoblade, people that are in the community, and they are also expressing similar sentiment that it's weird. It's not great. Anyway, though, now I will finally just play you the stream where I was talking back and forth with Techno LARP through chat. I know you didn't mean to cause what you did. You may not even know the full context of what is happening. Down to talk about it whenever. A lot of people are scared right now. What? What do you... I have no idea what you're referring to there, man. The LARP tubers? What's... I don't understand. Holy vague post. It came from Techno LARP, so I'm assuming it's about me talking about how I don't find that to be in good taste. I've been doxxed and my family has been threatened. Some other LARP tubers are also under attack. Well, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. You were reasonable but missed some context. It painted me bad. I know you meant well. Is the context that Skeppy reached out to you? Because I didn't miss that. That is there. I just didn't find that to be an important thing to mention, because it's not who reached out to who. It's the fact that you still did it in the first place, man. You could have said no. Or if you wanted to collab with him, just do it as yourself, not as a beloved deceased figure that happened to be his friend. There's not like context I missed, man. It's just my opinion that I find it to be weird, especially since you reached out to Technodad, got no response numerous times, and still proceeded to do it. That's a choice, and it's just not one that I like, but I'm not your dad, man. You can keep doing it. I started this not thinking it would go big. I only reached out to Technodad one time. He was pressured by the community. In his statement, he said you reached out a couple times, yeah? Was that not correct? But regardless, still, man, you didn't get a response and still did it. Like, that didn't seem whether or not he cared about it or how he felt about it. And that's all I was saying. I find it weird. There's not a whole lot to change my mind on it. I find it to be in poor taste is all. He also talked to Skeppy about it and okayed him to do the collab. Who, Technodad? Alright, it still doesn't change my perspective on it, man. And like you said, pressure from the community, I imagine he probably felt obligated to give his blessing to that. You had a choice of not doing it. Or doing it, but not as the LARP.
these things don't really change a whole lot on how I feel about it. The opinion's fine, everyone's opinion's respected. I don't want you to change your mind, just the fact that so much context was cut and making it look like Technodad was against me. Brother, in his own statement, he said he is very conflicted on how to feel about it. You've put him in a very awkward, uncomfortable position and took his silence as permission. And even now, you're doing the same thing. Do you not see how weird that is for him? Like, his statement makes it pretty clear. So even though he's not outwardly against you, because that would probably lead to fans getting upset at him, so he's doing his best to navigate that, he still is very clearly not enthusiastic about it. There's no cut context or anything, man. That was his statement. As for, like, him saying Skeppy can do it, didn't see anything about that. But again, that still doesn't change it. That collab, I don't think, was in good taste regardless. I think it's unhealthy for Skeppy, and I think that's a bad look for you. That makes it look like you're trying to replace him in the community. If you're talking about his post from 3 days ago about how much talk there is about Techno LARP, he's just approaching it with a good attitude. Nothing like really being like, oh no, it's all cool, and joking around about it. Because it seems like the community that you've built up was really pressuring him to talk about it, as you said. That's the only thing I can find of him even being, like, outside of his statement about how he can't quite figure out how to feel about it. That's the only other thing I see, which is this. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. Is this right? Because this is the only one I can find like it to even vaguely match what you're describing. That and the comment he made somewhere calling it a tribute band. So you think that this shows that he's like cool with it? That's your takeaway from that? So you acknowledge that he was being pressured to speak on it, and then take that as like him joking around with it, so he's like probably okay? Because that's not how I read that. Not exactly taking it as a yes, fully aware he's still thinking on it and not posted since then. But you reached out early, right? And got no response, so then still just did it. So it wasn't until all this that you've had second thoughts on it. LARP Penguin Zero also spoke about it. He looks up to you. Brother, I got nothing against the LARPtuber community. I thought I made that abundantly clear. And you're fine to have different feelings on it if the LARPtubers feel differently on it. But yours is a very unique case where you are building a very successful career off of LARPing as a deceased beloved individual and directly integrating into the community, whether or not you believe it, as his replacement. And I think you knew that going into it, man. I saw your Twitter. One of the things you posted was about how you're surprised by how little drama there was around what you're doing. Skeppy sees me as another person, not Technoblade, not a replacement. Then why do you go as Technoblade, as Techno LARP? And why does he call you Techno in that video? And even if that is true, man, you don't think that that's unhealthy? If he saw you as just another person, why not go as yourself? Why go in character? And as I said, I don't think you're a bad guy, but I don't think that you're willing to see where people are coming from and why it's so impassioned. Or what you're doing and how it affects people that are directly involved with it, like Skeppy. Or, obviously, Technoblade's father. I'm not going to ask you to make another video with more context, but it would be nice. Some of your fans have taken it too far. Okay, am I... What is it? What? Brother, you keep saying missing context. And then the two things you listed are two things that I don't think add any further context to change anything, to like justify it. Because again, man, the brass tacks, taking out how I feel about it, the very simple fact is, Technodad did say that it is inconclusive how he feels. He doesn't know how to process it. And you reached out, got no response, and still did it anyway. If nothing else, that feels bad. And you can try and dress it up however you want, but that's an immutable fact. My monetization is and has been turned off. That's one thing that should have been stated maybe. I read your about section. You said you were deciding where the money will go to what charity. That is in your own about section. And then on your Twitter, you said you won't make money until TechnoDad gives you the okay. And I said I don't exactly know what that means, if that means that you're not making money or that you plan on it in the future, but in the meantime are donating to charity. That is in your About section, that you are deciding where the money, what charity it's going to. So actually, you saying that is a little interesting because the community that watches you thinks that you're donating the money you're making to charity. I have a donation link in my live streams for charity through Tiltify. So you have a donation link for charities? I want to sit on this for just a moment because he said that he wrote that after running a community poll for when the channel was monetized. When the channel was monetized is the verbiage he used in that community post. And in there, he ran a poll on what the audience would be okay with in terms of the revenue split of him and charity. I feel like that's a very different entree than the one that we'd been getting served off the menu, where everyone, including him leading into it, has been saying that, no, it's always been about, like, charity. You know, it all goes there. If any money gets made, it's going there. He has a community post from a month ago where he does outright kick around the idea of, like, hey, you know, this should be worth something and I'm not in the best financial spot. What would you guys be okay with? Like, is there a world where I can start taking some of the revenue that this channel could generate when it's monetized? Like, and that's not including the personal donation link that he has in his streams. We hit 40K. I've been thinking financially, I'm not in the greatest position and this channel makes no money. I would like it all to go to charity when it does start making money. However, hosting these events that I want to make and getting a $250 flight sim to beat Minecraft, etc., I would like to know from you, the community of Technoblade, if I deserve even a portion of the money made. Been thinking about it for a while. While I do have to put effort into making this content, which should be worth something, it wouldn't be watched if not for Technoblade's legacy. And then ran a poll to his community about, should 25% of the money go to charity, so TechnoLARP gets most of it, 50%, so he gets half, 75%, so he gets a little, or 100%, he gets none. The community voted mainly for 50-50. So if the channel got monetized, well, and also it's not an if. In his statement, he literally says, I would like it all to go to charity when it does start making money. So it does seem like that was the plan, or at least he was expecting TechnoDad to grant him his blessing for it. And then he then goes into saying, but, you know, there's a lot of effort that goes into this content, which should be worth something. And then pulls his audience about, like, well, how much can I take from this? You know, like, how much would be okay with you guys? Again, that does feel kind of contradictory to what everyone says about the TechnoLARP channel and what he was saying during stream about, like, well, all of it's, you know, to benefit charity. It seems like even a month ago he was at least kicking around the idea of taking some of the money himself when the channel was monetized. So that's not even from, like, the personal donation link. That's from the channel being monetized. If it got when it got monetized, according to him. So, like, it seems like that may have been something that he was actually exploring. In his streams, he also has a personal donation link as well, which is weird not to mention. Is that true, TechnoLARP? I haven't seen the streams. Do you have one for charity and one for yourself, then? I wrote that a while back when I made a community vote. Should have cleared it out. Haven't made money off ads. Is there 2 donation links in your stream, though? I didn't see anything on that. Yes, I have a personal one that I barely ever mention that people can optionally donate to. I feel like it's pretty obvious why you would barely mention that, man, considering a big part of the identity is that it was for a positive cause, which is something I highlighted too, about how I thought, and your community thought, you were donating all of this to charity. So you do have a personal donation through there as well? As TechnoLARP? I think it's pretty clear why you wouldn't mention that, because that's a very different look. The community wanted to donate to me personally. I only talked about it on stream. You don't see why that's an issue? You don't see the conflict there? I see the concerns for sure. So then why do it? I also wonder if he was paid for the sponsorship in the description for Minecraft server hosting. What? Server hosting by Prism Nodes. Use code LARP at checkout for 30% off of any purchase. That's in your most recent stream. That's under your personal donation link as well. Was that a sponsorship you took as TechnoLARP? Prism Node gives us free server to host LARP on if we promoted them. I made nothing from it. You have a code with them. That's affiliate marketing. You don't see anything from that? They said that I could get 20% off at each time, but declined. Said if I did, I would go to the developers of this. It would go to the developers of the server. So I'll take your word for it. But again, you don't see how that's weird? That you are now doing business as TechnoLARP? Like, you keep saying that this is all just supposed to be in, like, good fun. They're just fun little videos to pay tribute to them. But you have a personal donation link. Your About section is entirely wrong about, like, the charity money, because the perception that I and everyone else had is that you are sending this money that you're making as TechnoLARP to charity, which is a positive thing. And you also are working with companies as TechnoLARP. I'll take your word for it that you didn't get paid for the affiliate marketing, that you declined it, so you did it for free to team up with them as TechnoLARP to promote them. But do you not see why that's pretty unsavory? Like, it's not, you say you see the concerns, but like, it should be pretty clear that this is very different than other LARP tubers. So like, again, you saying that people are, like, everyone's afraid now that I talked about TechnoLARP in a negative way, like, again, that's not true. I think LARP tubing is totally fine. Yours is very, very, very clearly different. We got a server, you can count that as payment. Also, didn't you just say that you haven't posted since earlier? You've streamed 2 times in the last 3 days. I'm not streamed after your video. But why would my video matter, man? This shouldn't be about what I think. Like, it shouldn't have any effect on whether or not you stream because of my opinion. Like, the whole thing should be about how the people actually in Technoblade's life feel about what you're doing. And I think TechnoDad made it pretty clear how uncomfortable it is. He didn't go live on his own, but he did a live stream with LARP Penguin Zero. What, when yesterday? You're right, that was yesterday. So you have been live after the video too. That's not true. Just, it wasn't on your own account. Brother, like, I was talking about this situation. Is that bad? You can talk about whatever you want, man, but your point was that you haven't done this since. And that is categorically false. You've done it every day since even this post. The one that you say was like a joke. And you said that you haven't since I made my video. You have. Like, you can do that if you want, but why are you trying to pretend that you weren't, or lying that you weren't? Like, you wanted me to find more context because you thought it makes you look better. It makes you look a lot worse, man. When was TechnoDad's response posted? 6 days ago. I was incorrect about my statement then. I've streamed LARP SMP 2 times since then. Okay. And you were wrong that you haven't gone live about it since my video too, man. It just wasn't on your channel. Like, I don't see the point in... I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Saying those things without knowing for sure if you have or have not been live in the last week. Or 24 hours. The persona is just my personality. Then why not just be you? Then why do it all as TechnoLARP then? Knowing that it makes Technoblade's father uncomfortable. Why not just be inspired by him then? Instead of try to be him. My view on what TechnoDad feels and what you think are not the same, we should not assume. So what do you think TechnoDad feels then? That's an interesting perspective. Do you think he's wrong to feel inconclusive on this? I'd like to hear a little more on that. Because I think this one's pretty clear-cut. I'm not making an assumption on how he feels. I think it comes across very clear. He even says, like, very bluntly, it's inconclusive. I think he feels a little overwhelmed and doesn't want to think about it at the moment. Did not get any negative or positive feel from it. That's so interesting. That's very convenient. So then, let's play with that. So he's overwhelmed and doesn't want to think about it, so you keep doing it in the meantime. So you don't think he feels positively or negatively, just overwhelmed. Which inherently is kind of a negative thing, to be overwhelmed. I'm still thinking about it all. When? While actively still doing it? I don't know, man. I think this is just very circular at this point. The missing context you were referring to, that you keep harping on, I don't think did you any favors, and the more I looked into it, the worse I feel like it got. I still don't think you're doing it maliciously. I think maybe you just don't want to wrestle with just how fucked up it is. And you've come so far already that you don't want to really look in the mirror on it, to really see the other perspective. And you don't want to feel like the father of someone who you clearly looked up to is being made uncomfortable by your actions, so you're spinning it in a way that helps you feel better about it. I think this reads very clearly how uncomfortable it is for him. He even just point blank says, I've been putting this off for a while, I just don't know what to say to him. That's not positive. And you even say he's probably overwhelmed. That's a negative thing, man. And it is very tricky for him in particular because you have a very successful community, or very successful YouTube channel now with a community that has been constantly badgering this man about it, to the point that he did also make a post about how much it's coming up. And he doesn't want to, like, make enemies. This is a good guy. But I think anyone can look at this and see just how uncomfortable he is with this. Like, I don't think it's hard to see. We've raised over 3K for charity, and way more than I ever gained. However you spin it, that's a net positive for this situation. It's kind of shifting it, but alright. You also do just say outright that you are making on a personal level. It's just not to the level that's going to charity. Which again, I don't think most people that are watching you knew. To be clear, 3K to charity I think is great. I think that's wonderful to be fundraising and giving it to a good cause. He does, however, say that he is making money himself through this too, just not as much that's going to charity. I don't know what that number looks like or anything, the difference between them, but everyone, or at least I would say most people that watch your content and are defending you, believe that you aren't making anything through this. You are doing this solely as a big fan and doing this to benefit a charity. And while you are benefiting a charity, 3K to charity is great, you also are financially gaining on a personal level too, which I think changes things quite a bit. At least to me it does. Because it's not something that's well known about Techno LARP. And as you said in the stream, it's not something you talk about often. I think it's something that's pretty important to mention. Now, of course, you're not forcing it on anyone, which is good, and I'm not accusing you of doing something like that either. But when the whole narrative around what you're doing has fallen onto the defense of, yeah, but he's doing it for charity, this kind of thing, it is a different spin there, because there is a portion of it that's for charity, but you yourself are also gaining personally. I feel like you should see why that's a big deal, because you are impersonating a beloved YouTuber, and you never got permission for it. Well, there it is. Looks like those rumors about layoffs hitting Bungie were accurate. We just had a funeral service for Destiny 2 after Bungie announced that they would be ceasing active production on upcoming content for the game, and that they were going to be releasing one final oorah, a last patch to end it on a high note before delivering the Viking burial. It was a touching ceremony. Over 100,000 players all went in there for the, you know, open casket service here. And the casket is still open. The corpse of Destiny 2 is still accessible, which I
didn't know about this. There's been somebody making a lot of videos about me. I'm not going to complain about somebody unless I can get them all the way. And so oops. Over. Like, it's over, man. 5-star GTA wanted level in real life. Okay. I'll see it.
On May 8th, 2025, police dispatch in Columbus, Ohio received a frantic 911 call.
There was just a shootout. They're pulling off right now in a dark gray Ford with over 40-inch rims with black tinted windows. They just shot up one of my neighbor's places. We might need an ambulance. I don't know if anybody's hit or not.
God damn.
I just seen the vehicle.
What the hell?
He has on a construction jacket, black shirt, jeans.
As officers rushed to the scene, they spotted the suspect's lifted truck speeding towards them.
Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh. The cell phone? Yeah. They got his ass.
S96, give me the air. We're at that Tahoe, south Cleveland, passing Melrose.
Copy, southbound Cleveland, passing Melrose.
90-20. Just get him. Just get him. He's right there.
Shut the car off! Shut the car off!
Uh-oh.
Shut the car off!
Driving into cruiser stiff.
Oh my god.
It's southbound again. Just
oh
passing
jeez.
S96 is 1, 9052 is 2.
Here we go. Monster truck? Yeah.
S73.
Damn. Why don't they instantly shoot the wheels? Simple. It creates a danger to everybody else in the environment.
After an initial surge of 6 calls to dispatch.
That's one of the reasons why the cops don't try more tools and resources to disable vehicles. It's because they don't want the person who's driving the vehicle to operate the vehicle in a way that they're unfamiliar with and endanger other pedestrians and civilians that are in the area. That's the reason why they don't do it.
His final phone call came through.
Who did it?
I mean, it makes sense logically, right? He shot inside the window. Yeah, I bet. And also, yeah, it could ricochet. I mean, yeah, there's also secondary things. It's a good point. I mean, they got you, man. Like, just give up. Just give up. What are you doing? Just give up. It's over. Like, it's over, man.
All black with that construction bus coming up the builder.
What do you do? You're even down a 1-lane road. Putting the suspension to work. What, is he tried to bait him? What the fuck is what a moron. Oops. What a... I'm surprised he's not going through the grass. I want to see him... I want to see him going through the grass. But you got this big lifted fucking Tahoe and you're not going to do that? Yeah, go off-road, man. Like a kit like that's like, what, 10 grand something? I love how the cops, they're not even upset. They're just fucking bored and annoyed. Easily? Is it more?
5 cars are cruising more. The chopper's now, we're frying them up.
Dude, imagine you spend all this money on your car.
Columbus Division of Police
Oh
does
my
not
God.
allow pits on high-centered vehicles, except in deadly force situations.
It's probably because they don't want to flip the car. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know, obviously. I'm just guessing. Taunting the officer. He says, "Fuck you! Fuck you! What are you doing, you idiot? Just get out!" Like,
at this moment, something horrifying
Let's go roll
happens as
over.
the
Yeah,
suspect hits a dog that runs into the street in front of a family. Horrifying
Let's go roll
happens as
over.
the
Yeah,
suspect hits a dog that runs into the street in front of a family.
oh, that's sad. Jesus. What an asshole. Dude, what are you doing? What a moron. Okay, all right, now we're getting into the good stuff. Okay. Ah, come on. Now you're back on the road? Dude. Come on, you've got it. You have to be more desperate. People deserve to be executed. I agree. It's crazy we put up with this shit. Dude, I'm so mad he's not driving through these different roads. I'm so mad. Or the different, like, grass. It'd be the most fucking badass video ever. I'm so angry at him. Not for breaking the law, but for not making it more entertaining for me watching him breaking the law. It's just the truth. Come on, what is he doing? What are you doing? Just stop. Oh my God. He's going by the local McDonald's. What a moron, man. What a moron, man. What an idiot. He's not even close to getting away. This is embarrassing. What a big fat... I know. It's like, they're not even stressed out about this guy. Fuck you! What a big fat... I know. It's like, they're not even stressed out about this guy. Fuck you! Jesus. At this point, just shoot. Yeah. he's doing is he's wasting gas. It's a tutorial map? Yeah, he's on creative mode. Oh, yeah, and he killed a dog. Yeah, true. What a piece of shit. Come on. Oh, my God. Just shoot? I know.
Most agencies are not going to box in an armed suspect without an armored bearcat
Yeah, which
due to the
makes
risk
sense.
of crossfire, or
Yeah.
simply putting themselves right in the face of an armed gunman.
Isn't it crazy that his truck can do that to the car? But you're not. But you're trying to evade. Like I bet this guy could like get at least close to getting away. Right? It could be way more entertaining. Take it off road, bro. Like that's what you. That's it's built for that.
Ram 71.
Come on.
He's number one again. He's losing control at Oak
He's losing control. Oh, a school bus. Oh. And he has to. He's talking shit the whole. Is this? It's an elementary school. What does he think? It's a safe zone? Okay. Okay. Here we go. The kids. Look at the kids. Wait, that's not a kid. Never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. Okay, here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay, here we go. Now we're talking. All right. So you see that? Now see now he's doing what I say he should do. He already got two of those guys out of the way. Now this is more entertaining. Okay. Now he's at 5 stars? Yeah. It's 7 p.m. There's no kids there? Well, there could be like an extracurricular function or something, right? It's possible. Another school bus. Uh-oh, band practice. Yeah, it could be band camp. Ooh. Oh my God. Bro, like, how is this car still even, this is like it's from like 1998. Holy fuck. It's just sitting there outside the liquor store. It's about right. Just go over the go over it. Go over it. It's really funny to me that he keeps fake surrendering and then he just drives away again. I bet it probably makes him so mad. He's like, guys, I said, oh, just kidding. Here we go. Taunting them? I know. How fucking annoying, bro. He's rage baiting them? Dude, this guy needs a promotion. You do this, and on top of that, you don't even fuck up, dude. There's this other truck right here. This truck is totally fucking fine. Oh, wait, no, it
production for Destiny 3 or anything like that. And now with these layoff announcements, it seems like it's kind of cooked. With great sadness, we are announcing a reduction in force as we reorganize Bungie. As the leaders of Bungie, past and present, we recognize Destiny 2 fell short of expectations these past several years. Following our final content update to Destiny 2, and with our future projects still in early incubation, we unfortunately could not continue operating at our previous size. We know this decision has a profound impact on the people affected, their families, friends, and teammates. While these changes are necessary to best position the studio now and for the future, that does not lessen the difficulty of this moment or the impact it has on those affected. Later we will share more about that future with you all, but today is not that day. Today we wish to extend our gratitude and compassion to every member of the Bungie team who has been impacted and to those who remain. We hope you'll do the same. Bungie. This news doesn't come as a surprise even before the rumors about the layoffs, because Destiny 2 was the Bungie big property these days. So now that they're done with that and not actively working on a Destiny 3, it was kind of inevitable that they would be cutting a lot of their workforce. Which sucks major ass for sure, because I don't even know what projects they're incubating over there, like what fucking eggs they're warming up with exciting projects around the corner, because, again, all they have now is Marathon, and that's not really a home run. And from what I've seen, the layoffs did affect a piece of the workforce on Marathon, so a game that's already kind of treading water, doing its best to keep the water wingies to have them stay afloat, is now losing some of the employees that would, be in there tweaking on the nipples to try and, make it better, to try and get people to get into the game. And it's not for lack of trying. Like, they had the free weekend, they've done like every play in the playbook, but they are not able to get people hooked on it. Like, they're not sinking their fangs into the extraction shooter fandom. It's just not sticking. And now they have even less people to try and make that work. And this is like all they have right now, with Destiny 2, sailing off into the sunset here. So Bungie, who's already kind of wobbly on their feet, they've lost their footing for a while now, and people don't have the best impression or highest expectations when it comes to quality that they're capable of producing. And that was with a fully loaded, fully stacked team. And now they've downsized, which, again, I don't think anyone's fucking mouth agape shocked over or anything like that. The writing was on the wall, because one of the games is no longer in active development, so they're not going to continue to pay all of those salaries that were working on it. But it's hard to be excited about the future of Bungie, because even with what they had with their previous employee numbers, they were still struggling. They were choking. And now they're doing the spoonful of cinnamon challenge on top of that. Like, they were just neutered further when one of their 2 testicles had already shriveled up and died. R.I.P. Destiny 2. This one's for you. Motion Potion, by the way. Gamerade Motion Potion. Best beverage on the planet. So now, the only nut in the sack left is Marathon. So the Guardians are seemingly abandoned with nothing on the horizon for that IP, which again is fucking mind-boggling to me. I don't want to just go down this tangent for the millionth time, but this feels like the most obvious path that Bungie could have taken, because they already set up Destiny 2 post-Witness to have a lot more content like that they could explore. There's still a lot of meat on the bones and a huge appetite for the dish, yet they never thought to start working on a Destiny 3 or anything. It blows my mind. I don't want to get too hung up on that, though. So now all they have left is Marathon, and Marathon isn't exactly something that people are constantly pumping their fist for and getting excited by. So genuinely, what's next for Bungie? Like, what is there to be excited about or optimistic for now that they have even less employees there that could be working on a smash hit, like a slam dunk? I'm very curious, because surely they have to have something in the pipeline, right? There's no way they would just pull the plug on Destiny 2 and rely solely on Marathon that is not performing well enough for them to keep the company afloat. There must be something, but I can't even imagine what it would be. It's just so odd how Bungie has ended up in the state that it is. Because this was a juggernaut. Bungie was like an iconic developer everyone knew. And everyone, when you saw Bungie's name, knew they were in for a high-quality experience with Halo, with Destiny, and now look at what's happened. It's the mismanagement is just sickening. It just really feels like they have terrible leaders over there that just run shit into the ground. Notably, Herman Hulst, who had this internal memo that has been distributed here that we have access to. Herman Hulst, you might recognize the name. He is the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. And Herman Hulst is the one who was a big believer in Concord. From everything I can tell, Herman, well, he was Concord's #1 fan. He really bought into the vision of a Concord future, Concord era, really. And look at how that turned out. This guy, I just think, is completely out of touch. He is your standard, quintessential corporate ghoul who only chases these crazy white whales live service games. Like, that feels like where he wants to put all the eggs in the basket. And it's just not working. Like, marathon player numbers are not where they need to be to justify the amount of money they've poured into it, and it's certainly not enough to keep Bungie afloat for years to come as they work on another title. Unless they're secretly super deep into production on something that's not really far out, which I highly doubt, this is the only game they'll have to sustain this entire business for the foreseeable future. It could be who knows how many years before their next game. And
I'm surprised he's not going through the grass.
Strong enough. And again, they've tried every trick in the book to get Marathon to hit.
Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, thank you.
I want to see him going through the grass. But you got this big lifted fucking Tahoe and you're not going to do that? Yeah, go off-road, man. Like a kit like that's like, what, 10 grand something? All right. Just go over the go over it. Go over it. Baiting them? Dude, this guy needs a promotion. You do this, and on top of that, you don't even fuck up, dude. There's this other truck right here. This truck is totally fucking fine. Oh, wait, no, it... Oh, never mind. Well, it could be a lot worse, right? I didn't see it rip the top off of there. That's okay. Lost the bed cover. Could be a lot worse. I gotta see that again. This guy just... Wow. Absolute fucking cinema. Jesus. Wow.
Get to cover. Get to cover. Hang on. Get to cover.
Oh my God.
Hey!
Timothy, come out here, hands up!
Timothy! Timothy!
Who's got eyes on?
Come out, Timothy!
All right. Stand by. You got something to break it? Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Watch your crossbar!
Find the sergeant. Break it.
Hey, come out! He's on the passenger
Bro, they got the riot shield? Yeah.
L's, me, Mudahar, and you know what? In a year full of big L's, I want to say that something positive actually happened. You know, when there's good stuff to talk about, I make it a point to go out of my way to talk about some actual good things. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to say that there's been a pretty big L for Microsoft here, ladies and gentlemen, and a big win for not just the average person, but the actual gamer, as you know, is one of the most oppressed person, I guess, in society, as they would say on the old Reddit. But speaking of the old Reddit, r/PC Gaming 3 months ago, a guy goes and says, my Microslop account gets hacked. The support determines that it was indeed hacked, and they can't recover it. So they basically delete his accounts, and now he needs to rebuy all the games. So, you know, one of the worst things about, like, modern gaming, and, like, just modern shit in general, is the whole requirement to, like, connect to an online service. Now, one of the reasons that I'm a big Linux user is not because I stand away and I'm trying to be counterculture, The reality is I use a version of Linux called Fedora, and Fedora is backed by some pretty big key players. But the reason I use Linux is because when I install my operating system, the last thing I want to ever see is, would you like a Linux account, Muda? Would you like a Microsoft account? Would you like to connect to a service? No, the less I can connect to a service, the better. You know, whenever you install Windows, you know how much they assault you with, make a Microsoft account. Ooh, you can get access to Xbox. Ooh, you can get access to Copilot. Ooh, you can get access to whatever other dog shit we're forcing onto you. You know the amount of times I have to forcibly slap OneDrive and basically surgically remove it from my system so I wouldn't need to be pestered with cloud storage? Yeah, I try to keep my whole, computer use as local and as private as I can, okay? At the end of the day, the operating system is just there for me to fucking use my computer and run stuff around. But anyways, a lot of people don't really have a choice, right? Let's say you're an Xbox gamer. Well, you don't really have any other choice but to use Microsoft, right? So anyways, this guy gets an email. Hey, my name is Floyd with Microsoft customer support. You know, this shit used to be written by some fucking underpaid support rep. Now it got outsourced to somebody in the middle of India, and now it's probably just written by an AI, to be honest with you. It's just boilerplate. So they performed an investigation, which I guarantee you didn't. Account security is the top priority at Microsoft, and we have a team dedicated to investigating all this activity. I almost guarantee there isn't. So during this investigation process, they found that their security information has been changed. So they basically got hacked. However, when security features are updated on an account, we're unable to assist with an account recovery, as these types of updates and or removal are completely out of control of customer service. So you'd imagine there might be a security team that you could talk to that could help you recover an account. You know, everyone that tells me about this digital future that we live in, it sure comes with a lot of negatives when even the company that owns your fucking account tends to have issues recover an account that they themselves admitted to being hacked. The only option we have is to permanently suspend the account. So basically they did suspend the account, and they said if you use this account for Minecraft, we regret to inform you that the Minecraft portion of the account is also unable to be recovered, and the game will need to be Oh man. Man, you could get this fucking email and you could just imagine how much your blood would boil reading this bullshit if this was you. In the event you have files stored on OneDrive, my condolences. Unfortunately, those aren't even available at all and are unable to be recovered due to encryption. Even our engineers don't have standing access to the file. Basically, this whole email is just paragraphs of saying, homie, you're fucked, okay? Oh, did you spend thousands of dollars over the course of years buying fucking Xbox games, other subscriptions to our service? Oh man, do you have a business, or do you have a personal, did you upload your personal photos of your family on here thinking it'd be safe forever? Well, homie, that's gone for good. It's fucking over, bitch. So when I read stuff like this, it reminds me why I'm so glad that I've been using Linux and basically detaching myself from a lot of these services. Even though that I'm an iPhone user, 99% of the shit that I have on this is usually self-hosted services for photos, messages, so on and so forth. I barely use anything of the iCloud variety. And when I actually need to do serious things, I have a Graphene OS device for actual big boy kind of work. You know what I mean? Actual real privacy focused things. So anyways, this ordo-liberal fella gets this, and you would think, oh man, this is pretty bad. So here he goes to a Brazilian support representative, and this is a whole chat log here, who I'm also imagining in this case he's probably talking to Copilot. He's just talking to an AI, because at the end of the day, everything associated with these companies is probably just AI shit these days. So he goes, it's unacceptable that Microsoft can't recover my account. Well, you know what? You are right. It is fucking unacceptable. Now, Marie Jesus, or Jesus, comes in and goes, I perfectly understand where your frustration is coming from, and I thank you for sharing the content of the email. Regarding the email you entered, please rest assured it was an automated message. It gets even fucking wilder. The message telling you there was a fucking investigation is just bullshit. It's just the automated message. holy fuck, was there actually an investigation? So she's like, no, don't worry. We've received several similar reports of other people who are also fucked, by the way. And this specific email is already being reviewed by the higher level support teams. I assume possibly human beings, okay? At this moment, your account is still actively being investigated. So anyways, he goes, is the account still being investigated? So the email is not factual. And she's like, yeah, that's correct. Your case is still investigated, okay? So effectively at this point, he's like, listen, I'm going to save this for something called PROCON, which is the Consumer Protection Agency. Now look, I feel like the government's one of those things that, you know, they do bad shit, they do good stuff. You know, we talked a lot about age verification crap and how the government doesn't understand technology. But depending on where you live, consumer protection, dude, if we're going to live in this all digital future, like, as we all know, PlayStation, no more discs in 2028, which has actually been a pretty big, like, emotional roller coaster for me, because as somebody that's been collecting video games his whole life, being told that every single device you're going into nowadays, like the future of gaming on a console, right, has basically become digital. For me, it's basically made me like a 100% Steam gamer in this situation, where it's like, listen, if I'm going to buy like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, instead of buying the disc version, which doesn't even contain the whole game on disc, by the way, why the fuck wouldn't I just buy it on the PC anyways? If the future is digital licenses, I'm going to go to the most friendlier digital storefront that you can go to, one that's still beholden to competition from other people on PC. And I'm just going to play on the system that's like more powerful than any of these Xboxes or PlayStations can be. So it's been an emotional roller coaster. And when I see stuff like this, it makes me realize that when I buy a game on digital storefronts, even if it's Steam, there's still a chance that if your account is fucked, your whole, like, you could spend thousands of dollars on this shit. If I go through my entire Steam catalog, I'm pretty sure that I spent the price of like a used vehicle on my entire Steam library. The fact that, you know, I've spent all this money and it could at any given moment be taken away is something that obviously I think of quite a fair bit when I'm actually, like, you know, purchasing or doing anything on these systems. But anyways, to go back to it, ladies and gentlemen, 3 months later, something big happens, okay? Something marvelous occurs. This guy gets his shit back. Microsoft, he sued them and actually won. You guys see that? All right, so this is where it gets even wilder, okay? This is a huge deal. So for instance, this is like a showcase of like obviously the court recording. Now this is in Portuguese because the person is Brazilian in this case. So obviously he ended up getting his account back with every single game and also $400. So let's read the translation of this, okay, of the legal document in that image. So basically, the order to the defendant regarding the obligation to act to proceed with the unblocking of the account. So basically what this shows me is that they could just unblock the account at any moment, right? For that Microsoft, it's not that it's impossible. It's not that their fucking engines couldn't figure this out. It's the fact that the law had to come in, smack the gavel down, and tell Microsoft to like fucking get their shit together and give this person his purchases back, right? So within 15 days, under the penalty fine of 150 raise a day, capped at 1,500, already understood as conversions into losses and damages, ordered the defendant to pay as compensation for moral damages, so money on top, you know, just because of all the stress you were going through with this. So no court costs and attorney fees. Should the debtor fail to pay any certain sum that was subject to the judgment within 15 days of the ruling, the judgment shall be increased by a 10% fine. So effectively, Microsoft might as well just pay this out the ass anyways. Effectively, this person got their stuff back, okay? This person ended up getting their shit back. Now you might be like, well, did this happen because like Microsoft just didn't give a fuck, so they were just forced to do this by default? No. According to Ordo, they sent 12 lawyers and a 300-page document with their defense. And you can pull up the court case yourself. Processo, this number right here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, imagine you're on the hook for this guy's Microsoft account, money that this person's already given you for games and various other services, right? The account has been blocked. Now, you could have recovered this at any moment, according to this court ruling, effectively, right? If the court forces you, that means you could have done this before the legal system forced you. Now, instead of giving this guy his account back, what they did was they sent 12 lawyers. Now, imagine this, right? Account plus $400. Dude, how financially stupid is it to like spend money on 12 actual lawyers? Unless, of course, this kind of stuff is like sort of a watershed moment for like more and more cases to be made against companies like Microsoft, Sony, and again, it could be any company. I'm not just specifically talking about Microsoft. I want this level of like real shit to apply to companies like Apple, companies like Google, companies like Meta, every single company under the sun that deals in digital goods out there. Anybody that runs a digital storefront. Look, I feel like in the future, if all gaming and really all media consumption is headed to this digital future, right? Especially gaming. Gaming is one of those situations where like, you know, I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, it doesn't matter if Sony doesn't make discs. We still have vinyls and people listen to Spotify. Oh, we still have like Blu-rays, but people mostly stream their movies. Here's the thing, gaming is a lot different, right? When you look at gaming consoles, these are proprietary boxes by Sony, by Microsoft, by Nintendo. And at the end of the day, the people that are producing and validating the physical media for these devices are these companies. You won't really have any physical media in the future if, let's say, Sony, by the time PlayStation 6 comes out, or Xbox by the time that Helix comes out, doesn't have the disk drive to begin with, you know? Like, if that component isn't there, even if you could, say, press your own Blu-ray discs for video game physical, like, collections, it wouldn't matter because the actual console doesn't contain that. It's not as if, like, this is a gaming technology and like 90 people are making different boxes that play the same games, okay? This is not the days, I forget which console it was, I'm sure somebody can fill me in the comment section. I think it might have been like the 3DO or something of that nature where like, I think the technology was like produced by several different other manufacturers. But the point is, right, if we're going towards this world, then I think a lot of the purchases we make in the digital sphere should be considered kind of like assets. I think one of the big problems is when you go to these online storefronts, for instance, and let's say you want to purchase any game, right? Let's say you want to, God forbid, buy Black Ops. Actually, it's a bad example. Let's buy like a single player game that you can get on a disc. Something like Resident Evil 2, right? So if you want to buy Resident Evil 2 for the Xbox, what I hate the most, and what I think is actually dishonest advertising, is when you go to the store and they write the words buy. I think in a normal, civilized world, that phrase should be replaced with rent. Because at the end of the day, that's all you're doing when you're buying a digital copy. You are renting access to it. Now, the rental agreement can be changed at any given moment, according to Microsoft. They could lose access to the distribution of this game, which means you may not be able to download it. They could lose access, they could shut down the storefront at any given moment, and basically that level of access is gone. And unless the next system is backwards compatible or supports this stuff, you won't be able to access this purchase that you think you're buying. One thing that I hate a lot about people is that they don't really think about the future of what they're consuming, the future of what they're buying. I think for a vast majority of people that play video games, you know, they're gonna buy like a game like Resident Evil 2, finish it once, and then forget they ever owned it, right? But if you're going into the future, right, and you want to, say, revisit something from your past, I think a lot of us play older games, right? Hell, the whole reason I'm playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag is that this game is, I would imagine, what, over like 10 years old? How old is Black Flag, really? So, literally, this game is fucking 13 years old at this point, right? And a lot of people enjoy it, enough to buy a remake. Millions of people. But, you know, let's say you didn't want to spend the money on this remake. You could have bought the original Black Flag. If you had a disc version of it, like I do, you could have just put it into your PlayStation, let it install from the disc, and call it a day. And unfortunately, if you're headed towards that digital future, unless laws like what we saw in Brazil can kind of kick in where, you know, let's say companies try to take this shit away from you, they can be stopped with good consumer protection stuff. This is why I say, like, look, physical discs, as much as losing them is a big deal, I think that people need to focus their battle on shit like this. So, for instance, when the 12 lawyers were called, somebody was like, were you ever anxious that you would lose and have to pay a shit ton of lawyer fees? So here he said, in Brazil, you can hire a public defender to sue a company in consumer protection cases. He had zero costs in this lawsuit. And here's the thing about it. You could not say the same for, let's say, the US or Canada, right? For instance, if you get into a legal spat here, both parties are going to be spending their time, their stress, and their fucking money in this situation, right? It is what it is. That's why, in my opinion, like, if you're going to sue something, right, it has to be on, like, an insane principle. Can't be on something like emotion. It can't be on something like you want to get, both sides, I would say, kind of lose during a lawsuit. Like, what's that saying? The lawyers are the only ones that win? Really, it was Microsoft's lawyers that fleeced the fuck out of their company and also wrote this 300-pager defense that ultimately got thrown out because the court sided with the person. So, like, ultimately, at the end of the day, no matter what you want to say, look, Microsoft lost here. And I feel, if laws like this could be brought over to our side of the world, then maybe the whole digital-only future doesn't seem so bad. It's not that I'm ever really going to go back to consoles, because why would you ever enter a proprietary like service unless there's something you get out of it, right? Which, when it comes to gaming, aside from like an exclusive here and there, you'd be stupid not to put your money towards PC gaming, which you have full total control of down into the foreseeable future, right? But when it comes to these consoles, right, if you're somebody that, let's say, owns an Xbox and you've ever been blocked off, and this is something that's been talked about since like 2023, right? Like even on the Hypixel board, for instance, they have flowcharts telling you about Xboxes and Microsoft accounts and possibly being thrown into a compromise. Literally the Microsoft account compromise action plan, right? So you start here. Is there an error saying that your account doesn't exist? Yes. Your account isn't deleted. Its alias has been changed. No. Is your account tied to an Xbox console? No. Contact Microsoft support. Yes. Contact Xbox support. Literally, we are playing the fucking like choose your own adventure game, trying to recover the shit that we purchased digitally. And that to me is something that shouldn't be happening. I don't think we should ever even be tolerating this. Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Apple, fucking Google, every single tech company here needs to be held to the fire when it comes to letting you purchase your shit on the internet, okay? If it says buy, you should own that product, okay? It should be yours. You know, I think people that are in the digital camp shouldn't be fighting with the physical people as much as they should be saying that when you purchase something, whether it be on a disc or ones and zeros, you should own that till the end of fucking time, okay? That should belong to you. And if the company doesn't agree with it, then the court should absolutely step in and force these scumbags, like they did here, and make sure that you have access to your shit. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
And it's about time we've discussed a planet we haven't talked about for a pretty long time. It's about time we've discussed Neptune, the beautiful 8th planet on the edge of the solar system that for a very long time was considered to be a somewhat bland, frozen sibling of Uranus. But based on a lot of recent studies and recent data from the James Webb, we're now starting to understand Neptune just a little bit better, with some of the more recent studies even going as far as essentially changing what we always believed this planet looked like, by definitively showing us that it seems to have a very different color from what scientists believed. We've actually discussed this in one of the previous videos, but here, based on the reprocessed data from different observations, scientists are now pretty certain Neptune does not look as blue as you see in this image. As a matter of fact, it seems to be extremely similar in color to Uranus. And so for many decades, many different textbooks and different press releases presented Neptune in an unusually blue color that doesn't seem to exist. But new observations have also revealed a much more chaotic, unusual planet, around which scientists have even discovered several new moons. As a matter of fact, as of 2026, Neptune contains 16 confirmed moons, with 2 of the newest moons only being discovered in 2024. But extremely recently, when studying these moons, at least one study has also discovered something somewhat unusual that very likely happened around Neptune, that they now refer to as moonpocalypse, or basically the event that wiped out the original satellites of Neptune, leaving behind something entirely different. And that's on top of some other discoveries we're going to be discussing in this video, because in just the last year or so, there have been some new exciting studies. But to understand why it's so difficult to study Neptune, and why it's always been so mysterious, we have to briefly discuss its discovery. Because unlike every other planet, Neptune was actually found through mathematics before it was even seen through a telescope. And that's because earlier astronomers noticed that the orbit of Uranus was not doing something quite right. Something invisible was pulling on it, but something that was not Jupiter and not Saturn. And so by calculating a potential hidden planet through some of these gravitational wobbles, it was this wonderful person, Johann Gall, who was able to point his telescope and discover Neptune within approximately 1 single degree of the predicted spot back in 1846. Here's actually the telescope he used to find this. And once again, because it's so far, and because it's basically so difficult to see with any Earth-based telescopes, this is essentially why for several decades we even got the color somewhat incorrect. And that's despite the fact that it's a much bigger planet than planet Earth. And so here it's really the result of incredible distances. It's approximately 30 times as far from the Sun as Earth. But one of the most striking things about Neptune is actually its moons. And that's because most other planets, most gas giants and ice giants, contain a somewhat more regular moon systems. Or basically moons that very likely formed in a relatively same place and orbit in much more neat circular paths. But the system of Neptune is a bit of a mess. And in this case, it's the largest moon, Triton, that seems to be unique among all large moons. And that's because it's basically orbiting in the opposite direction, which tells us that this moon was almost certainly captured from somewhere else and most likely came from the Kuiper Belt, or basically the same location where we find Pluto. And so for many years this was believed to be some kind of a sibling of Pluto that accidentally got captured by Neptune. But it's really this recent study that you can find in a description, in this case focusing on a different moon referred to as Nereid, a moon whose picture basically looks like this, just a tiny smudge with no details in it, potentially changes the story of what happened here and how this system evolved billions of years ago. And that's because for decades this moon was also thought to be another captured object, just because of its somewhat unusual orbit. As a matter of fact, compared to other moons, its orbit is very eccentric or very stretched out, and it's kind of difficult to explain. But here, by looking at this moon with the James Webb, scientists were able to analyze its surface, because this moon, as it emits infrared light, also shows us its spectrum, which then essentially tells scientists what's on the surface. And surprisingly, they found that Nereid looks very similar to icy moons orbiting Saturn and Uranus, and does not resemble anything from the Kuiper Belt, or basically objects coming from the same area as Pluto and Triton, with new simulations suggesting that this is actually one of the original moons, and not a moon that came from somewhere else. And so the story of what happened around Neptune billions of years ago has now officially changed, because scientists now think that Triton, when it was captured by Neptune billions of years ago, likely smashed most of the Neptune's original moons to tiny pieces, which eventually became the rings of Neptune, or possibly crashed into the planet itself. But Nereid appears to be the only survivor of this moonpocalypse, and instead of being destroyed, it was violently kicked into this unusual orbit as a result of the interaction with Triton. In other words, Nereid, the third largest moon of Neptune, seems to be one of its original moons that's been completely disturbed by Triton. But on top of this, we also had some additional discoveries in regards to Neptune itself, and specifically its atmosphere. This was also once again discovered by the James Webb. And here, for the first time ever, researchers were able to identify its aurora. And technically, aurora have been seen around other planets, with planets like Jupiter and Saturn essentially having them pretty much at all times. But surprisingly, Neptune turned out to be very elusive, and it was only very recently that scientists finally identified them. And so here, based on this study, scientists using the James Webb finally captured the aurora by detecting a specific molecule referred to as trihydrogen cation, or basically H3+.
Imagine if the policy was just like, all right, get the RPG. Okay, all right, Timothy, gonna come out. 10, 9, 8, boom. Just blow the thing up. Oh my, that's right, military, yeah.
Get out. Hey, line out now. Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out.
Come and get.
Get out.
Travis slide. He said he's stuck in the garbage. Break that one then.
Break that
Stick
one
your
then.
hands out.
We need fire in the stage. Stick your hands out from under the airbag. Airbag.
Huh?
I got you.
It's a stationary target. Get him now. They're so pissed off at this guy. They actually hate this dude.
You got eyes on?
Yep, I got it. I got it.
Because you can tell, like, sometimes the cops don't really... They don't really... care, right? It just is what it is. But they really don't like him.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come out. Get him out.
They dragged him out like a fish. Look at this, bro. Like,
Come here. Come here. Come here.
Get him out. Get him out. Roll him over.
look at that. Just grabbed his ass out. Oh my God.
Hang on. Roll over. Get on your stomach.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Of course, bro. Like, wow.
You gotta get some on camera now.
Just pull his ass right out.
I pulled it out.
I pulled it out.
Give me my face. Give me my face.
Get me off my face. This bitch put his hand.
Hey, little bitch. Hey, what's your name? Hey, little bitch. What's your name? What's your name?
Put him down. Put him down. Put him on his.
What's your name?
Put him down. Put him on his feet. Get a good
What?
search.
No. Little bitch, no.
Get a good search when you guys get down.
He's still talking shit?
Let's go.
Shut up.
The fuck you mean?
Right now.
I'll spill you right now?
I'll spill you right now.
No, you won't.
I'll spill you right now. I'll spill you right now.
Oh my God.
Did you get with Zone 1? See if they can send a sergeant to the 43 seat. A bunch of sergeants in Zone 6 are kind of
Pull his pants up, man. Give the man some dignity. Jesus.
According to court documents, Timothy was arrested and taken to Franklin County Jail, where
Let
he
me guess. He's had a criminal record.
was charged with 6 counts of felonious assault,
it?
1 count of obstruction of official business, and 1 count of possessing a weapon under disability.
He's got
1 count of
disability?
felonious assault was for shooting an elderly woman in the arm, who was a witness
What? Why would he do that?
to the argument that sparked the shooting. Timothy entered a plea of not guilty and was released on May 21st on a $10,000 recognizance bond and a $125,000 surety bond. His trial is set for July 21st, 2025. He is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Hey guys, we want to take a moment to shine a light on a brave little boy named Porter Fuchs. He's a fighter in every sense of the word. On May 16th, Porter did suffer a devastating injury to his left eye. And it was so severe it required emergency surgery. And in the future, Porter will need to have multiple surgeries and follow-up appointments. Now, he's just a kid, but already he's endured more than most adults ever will. And his dad, Ryan, serves as a state trooper in northern Minnesota, protecting and serving the community.
It's
and now
good
we
for
want
him
to
to do
personally
this.
recognize some of the
It's really
amazing
good for him
people
to
who
do
stepped
this.
up and made a difference. And that's Lisa Hammond, Carl Zabinski, Abra Barr, John Kalkbrenner, Andrew Martinez, Virginia Waters, Margaret Adams, Aib Shah, and Alexander May. And just know your generosity
We gotta
does not
find
go
these
unnoticed.
verdicts,
And we will
bro. We
continue
gotta
to
figure it
acknowledge
out.
those who choose to stand by this family during one of their darkest hours. And thank you
Yeah.
to this family for their service to others. And we are wishing Porter a speedy recovery and for all of them to come through this trying time knowing that they're loved. God bless you.
Damn. Damn, what did I say? Ask Grok? Okay. Yeah. Let me... Dude, this video, like, I am so mad at this video because, like, the guy yesterday in the car chase, that dude was playing the game like he was playing GTA. This dude was playing like it was the tutorial course in Forza. Like, it was embarrassing. You have this lifted truck. You spent probably $10,000+ on like a kit for that and everything, and you're not taking it off roads. You're not going across yards and shit like this. Like, you should, dude. This video should have been way more fucking entertaining, man. Like, not only is this guy a retard, but he's a boring retard. That's sad. Doubt it's his truck? Yeah, but I mean, you still would. I mean, then honestly, what happened to the guy in this video? No way I can figure this out, right? What did he get convicted of? Let me see. No, we're gonna look at it. Timothy, not named, disclosed, charges and outcome. He, it's from 2025. It may have progressed, so it doesn't say. There's no way it says. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, it's so annoying to see these guys. It's so annoying, and then nothing ever happens to them. That's what's so fucking obnoxious about it. It's like this other guy, like this dude was fucking, remember this one? Like, this guy went fucking crazy. This other video, like, I mean, this was just embarrassing, man. It was embarrassing. And then, like, the last 7/25 is the court date. Yeah, but that was like last year, right? It was last year. It's like a year ago. I mean, I feel like you probably would have it wrapped up by now, right? So, yeah, and he killed a dog. Yeah, I mean, it's bad to kill a dog. I mean, obviously, it kind of goes without saying. I'll look at this. I'm not going to look at it today, but I'll look at it. But, yeah, you can't beat Florida, man. I guess not. The outcomes are weak sauce. Yesterday's dude was a psycho. That dude was fucking crazy.
With this discovery revealing two strange facts. First, the Neptunian aurora do not happen at the poles of the planet like they usually do for objects like Saturn and Jupiter, and of course Earth. And that's because the magnetic field here is very tilted with a sharp 47-degree inclination. And so the aurora actually appear at the geographic mid-latitudes, or essentially in a location where we have South America on Earth. And well, they technically look like this. This is the observation from the Hubble Space Telescope compared to the observations from Hubble mixed with the observations from the James Webb seeing the aurora. But at the same time, the second fact here is that Neptune seems to be going through some kind of an unusual cooling event, with temperatures in the upper atmosphere dropping
again. That will be it. I actually think that I think it will literally be over. Like, at that point, there's gonna be those shot spotter cameras fucking everywhere. Where we are going to Imperium the fuck out of not only Iran, but everywhere else too, including America, which is long overdue.
All over the place. I'm their number because they're scum. That's the way they act, and that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped, and everything's.
Yeah, if they end up killing Trump, that will be probably the biggest mistake they could ever make. That would be crazy.
Have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up.
Ooh, I remember that.
We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that.
Oh,
and if
man.
anybody goes there, they get blown up.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually, we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we have that now, there's no way they have a nuclear.
Yeah, let me see here. I'll look at the other ones. Would it be similar to how William Wallace was killed in Braveheart? I forgot all the details on that, right? Let me go and just find these.
So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had...
There's no way it's only 350%.
Like 6%, 5%.
No, what are you talking about, man? It was so bad.
They have, they want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal, and then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, and they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people, but I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a very a person who was killed a lot of people.
Ooh, the Ayatollah.
Killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for... They were the bully of the Middle East.
True.
So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone.
The funeral worshiping Satan? Yep. What do you think Genghis Khan would have done to the funeral of the Ayatollah?
They're gone, and they have another set of leaders. They're gone. Now they have another set of leaders. They may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too.
No.
Because I'm their number one target.
Vlad the Impaler? Yeah.
It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum. That's the way they act, and that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade.
Same thing George Washington would have done.
Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well.
You talking to real Genghis Khan or Matt Damon Genghis Khan? Whichever one would actually do it, right? He would have made it a mass funeral. He would have, absolutely. That's how you have to deal with these people. You do. And if you don't deal with them that way, they don't take you seriously.
With the Iranians is a waste of time. How do you plan to get the nuclear material and the nuclear assurances that you want?
Well, we've already got the nuclear material because it's so far underground, nobody's going to be able to get it except us because we have the equipment that can get it. But I call it the nuclear dust. The nuclear material is so far down underneath a mountain, and now that's been determined, that it would take massive machinery that we have that no other country has.
Mr.
They
President,
can't get
so
it.
you have no plans to go in, boots on the ground?
Why would I go in now? I'd go in when they're completely either eliminated or whatever happened, or an agreement's made.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's not going to work. And I think that's kind of obvious where things were going to go.
Go ahead, Red.
MS now. You said today that countries...
You're with who? Go ahead, Red.
With MS now. You said today that
countries. You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now. That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now. Can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead. Let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but, you know, Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad...
Yeah, and Cook, not everybody hates MS Now. I mean, like, them having to change their name is crazy.
Easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would... Lenin. I'd be up...
God. Why would you do this? Why would you say it like that? Okay.
They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. Went very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot.
Space says, can you really antagonize every country in the world just because you're the U.S.? Well, it doesn't matter how many of the countries they are. It matters which country it is. And number two, we're not antagonizing every country in the world. Everybody else hates Iran. This whole idea that there's like any sort of solidarity, the only reason why China likes Iran is because Iran sells them cheap oil. China doesn't give a fuck about Iran. Neither does Russia. They don't care about Iran. Nobody likes them. Saudi Arabia hates them. Saudi hates them. Iraq, I guess, kind of likes them. You know, every other country in that area, Dubai, Qatar, the UAE, Qatar, all of these places fucking hate. Pakistan, it seems like they're kind of neutral even with Iran. Everybody fucking hates these guys. Israel hates them. I mean, let's be real.
Better equipment than
Egypt, yeah.
We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might, yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit, you know. It's what we use their language, we speak their language.
No, you're not.
No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah, let me see here.
Today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but, you know, Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help, but if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want...
Do you think China doesn't have economical interest in Iran? No, they don't. The reason why they're importing oil is because the Chinese drink oil. That's like their water.
Help.
That's why obviously, like, you know, they look different than like Europeans do. It's because they drink oil. That's why they need the oil from Iran.
I would rather remain on the sidelines.
You didn't know that?
I like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't know about that. They drink oil? Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's like... There's always the dumbest people trying to correct... Oh no. Oh, no. Greenland?
Secretary General, how concerned are you that President Trump has brought back his desire to control Greenland? In January, this sparked a huge crisis inside.
I'm actually getting worried. I'm getting very upset about this. Is this the right one? Let me go ahead and reopen it. There's like 50 million of these. No, that's not it. This is it. This is the Greenland contract. Greenland will be obtained or control or in talks with Denmark to be acquired by the U.S. by October 1st. I was really worried about this one. I was. I'm really worried about, like, I'm worried this one might not happen. Because I only got 3 months left on this one. You guys have no idea how happy I am to hear this.
Alliance forced you to get involved personally and almost started a trade war with the EU. Further, you told Trump this morning that you personally will make sure that an agreement on Greenland is implemented. Is that a promise you're allowed to make? Is that not the sovereign right of the Danish and Greenlandic people? No. Thank you.
What the President and I agreed in Davos in January is, first of all, for when it comes to the defense of the Arctic, he absolutely was right, because there is a huge risk that Russia and China will gain more and more access to the Arctic. And the discussion we had and the deal we made is for NATO, particularly the 7 countries bordering on the Arctic, including, of course, the US through NORSCOM and NORAD, so that means Canada with NORAD, and then, of course, the 5 European allies, so Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, working together, backed up by all the other allies, making sure that the Arctic stays safe. This is Arctic Sentry, launched by the Supreme Allied Commander early February. And then secondly, and here you're right, I'm not allowed to discuss or make any commitments on this second part. The second part is about trilateral talks between the US, Greenland, and Denmark.
That's right.
Led by the foreign ministers of the United States, Greenland, and Denmark. Basically, to make sure that whatever
we get it
investments when it comes to the Golden Dome or deployment of troops on Greenland will be made in the future, and that if Greenland would change its constitutional position within the Kingdom of Denmark, that these commitments, these deals are still valid. And that's why also Greenland is involved in those talks. I'm not involved in those talks, so your question, are you allowed, etc., on the second part, this is up to the 3 parties. These talks are ongoing. When it comes to the first, of course, it is my role to work with our military leaders to make sure that we implement this Arctic Sentry, and that's exactly what we are doing.
All right, well, hopefully it happens, because